Welcome to the O2 Arena in Prague, Czechia for the ISU Figure Skating World Championships 2026. A modern arena set within one of Europe's most historic cities. And in a city known for centuries-old architecture, this is a contemporary stage for a timeless sport. There, sunset across the most beautiful of cities. A city that has so much to celebrate, rich musical heritage, strong cafe culture, appreciated by the skaters competing this week. And indeed, the term bohemian originates from this region, symbolizing creativity and artistry. And creativity and artistry, adjectives totally befitting of the sport that we are about to continue enjoying. The last time that the Figure Skating World Championships was held here in Prague was 33 years ago, and the sport has evolved and enhanced in so many wonderful ways since the Czech Republic audience was able to see the very best in the world live, and now they have an arena totally befitting of the grandeur of the sport. We have just witnessed the ice dance rhythm dance, which was quite brilliant, and shortly we will see the beginnings of the women's free skating event. I am Mark Henretti, and I am so happy to be joined by our former World Championship competitor, Tonia Kwaikowski.
So excited for this women's event this evening. The short programs were spectacular 2 days ago, and I think we're about ready to crown another champion. True,
and in reference to this short program that happened a couple of days ago, we have to acknowledge the brilliance of the three-time world champion Kyrie Sakamoto. And although she didn't have an overall world record, her program component score, the second mark, the artistic mark to some, or the skating skills, was indeed that of a world record. So we're seeing some of the very best skating skills that have ever been seen in our sport. As we see on screen now, the start order for this women's free skating event. Everheart will start in 16th place. And then the Olympic bronze medalist Amai Nikai leads that start order, but concluding the event will be two Americans followed by two Japanese competitors. And indeed, it was always likely to be Japan versus America. They are the nations that had the first and second place teams at the Olympic team event a month ago. As we see now, the names of the referee and the judges. And then to the technical panel, who will decide who will be crowned the 2026 World Champion in the O2 Arena in Prague. There's a countdown now as we see the skaters coming onto the ice, ranked between 19th and 24th place after their short program. And the event will kick off with huge excitement by virtue of the fact that the first to compete will be the Czech skater Barbara Vrankova. And Barbara opened the short program and managed to squeak into this top 24, and now she is responsible for proudly opening the women's free skate to the absolute delight of the arena. Followed up by Julia Sauter from Romania.
From Switzerland, Livia Kaiser!
And then to Switzerland's Livia Kaiser, the 21-year-old running onto the ice faster than the camera can catch her. And in 21st place after this short program, Natalie Langar. Wonderful short program, finds herself as one of the qualified skaters in this World Championships 2026. As we see another of the women who competed in last month's Olympics, Alexandra Fagan from Bulgaria. Before the incredibly popular Yakatina Kurakova takes to the ice. So earlier on in this amazing O2 arena, all of the skaters on the ice were having their half-hour practice, and seeing that signaled the depth of the field, and hopefully this group and the 3 others to come will be able to deliver some of their personal best skates to complete the season. It was a huge honor for Barbara Vrankova to open the short program, and that honor is magnified now by qualifying to the free skate. She has never competed in World Senior Championships before, and indeed she said that this time last year she debated whether she should even consider competing at all, and that decision, alongside a new team of support behind her, has been totally justified by the result that she had 2 days ago. And the second skater on the ice, Romanian flag bearer at the games, Julia Sauter. And in the short program, Julia said we saw before she took to the ice tears on her face, and she explained following the competition that she had a panic attack just before the short, suddenly didn't know what was happening or where she was. However, she managed to regain some mental composure to deliver a skate solid enough to make it through to the free skate, and that a symbol of how hard and improved she has become in her mental resilience. As we see Switzerland's Livia Kaiser, an athlete who plans to study medicine after skating. An amazing number of jumps delivered by Livia in practice this morning. She was relentlessly repeating her triple loops. She could not have worked any harder on this ice surface earlier today, and now hopefully that hard work will be repaid with a clean skate in her final event of the season.
Well, and I think she was trying to work the kinks out since she stepped out of that triple Lutz in the short program 2 days ago. So, you know, the practices are meant to just give the skaters that confidence and feeling good about where they're at so they can put out their best skate for the performance.
And some really utilizing it more than others, as we see Estonia's Natalie Langar. She had a wonderful short program when she competed at the European Championships a couple of months ago, but then struggled in the free skate. Hopefully now, the wonderful short program that she did at the World Championships will be backed up with a solid free skate now, and she actually has competed a couple of times this Europeans, which went really well, and that has subsequently boosted her confidence. And then we see Alexandra Fagan, another athlete that had the prowess of being their nation's flag bearer in Milan. Alexandra had a solid skate. She managed her triple-triple combination, 2 toe loops. And she finds herself in 20th place with 58 points. And looking comfortable with the triple loops there as the Bulgarian flag is proudly waved for those supporting her now. And then to Yakatina Kurakova. Yakatina explained that at the games she had a stress fracture in her ankle. She was in a lot of pain when she competed the free skate in Milan, and has tried to rally through to compete in this, her 6th World Championships, and she thought she'd be forced to withdraw, but her coach, Laurent Amodio, said, do it for little Katia. And that was a little bit of the push that she needed to rally through to the end of the season, and she's saying she's now going to do it for her coach, who she's so appreciative of. And I think, Tanya, that many of us have competed with injuries. There are some times when it's somewhat of an occupational hazard, and it's the mental strength that's going to help her to get through the 4-minute free skate.
Absolutely, and then probably knowing that after she finishes this free skate today, she can have a little bit of a break and heal, recover, and rest.
Well, it's interesting because Katia herself, she acknowledged that she's got a vacation booked. After the short program in the press area, many of the athletes were quoted as saying, "Can't wait for the holiday that is incoming," and so many of them truly deserving, because this season has been so long. But I think what's important to acknowledge is that even if the skaters, however many hours they spend on the ice and training, competing at this level rarely ever leaves your brain space. It's like a 24/7 occupation. You know yourself, you'd be visualizing on repeat your run-throughs. It can't escape the brain at this level of pressure.
Well, and I think it's a part of everything you do every day. I mean, whether it's planning your schedule, your training schedule, your eating schedule, your off-ice training schedule. I mean, there's so many different things and facets that happen that you're right, it does take over so much of, it kind of consumes you a bit.
And it's exciting to consider that now we will hopefully see the fruits of all that hard work, not just this season, but a lifetime of commitment to being one of the best figure skaters in the world this year.
Se svou volnou jízdou se jako první představí reprezentantka Česka.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the ice representing Czechia, Barbara.
Well, if there was a way in which to kick things off with excitement, it would be to have the host nation representative start the proceedings. There you see the planned program content for the young 19-year-old Barbara Vrankova skating to the Titanic soundtrack.
Opening with a triple flip, a little bit two-footed, a little tight on the landing. Followed up by a really effortless triple loop double toe combination. Strong start to this free skate program. Triple toe, stepping right up into a flying sit spin. Missing her takeoff on what was to be a triple Salchow and then ended up having a fall. Unfortunate turn of events. There we go. Triple Salchow, single axle, double axle. Double axle looked a little bit short of rotation. Triple Salchow, double toe.
Thinking on her feet, rearranging the planned program content to rectify the mistake from the earlier Salchow and coming back with two good ones.
little slow on this spin here. Not sure she was able to hold some of the positions long enough to get appropriate levels that she's trying for.
Now Barbara Vrankova from Czechia needs to soak up. Looks like she can scarcely believe that what she has just showcased over the last 4 minutes has elicited such a reaction from thousands of people. This a skater that did not qualify for the free skate at the European Championships, but has, inspired by a home audience, delivered a significantly better outing. And what was particularly impressive to me is that torrid weird fall on the single salcho then had her very present to then go for 2 more triple salchos, just rearranging things and thinking on her feet. Oh.
I agree. That takes a lot of focus, especially when you're kind of stunned like that by such a weird turn of events.
Oh.
I thought she handled it beautifully.
Just brilliant, and great to see the host of the event, Thomas Berner, greeting her off the ice as we see. Now, I thought that was the funny, Tonya, that the triple flip was obviously 2-footed, but the audience raised enough noise to try to prevent the judges giving it a 2-footed reaction.
Triple loop, double toe combination. The first jump we looked at was the triple flip with a little bit of a 2-foot landing. It looked like it was a quarter short. Here's the second of the triple loops she did. They were high quality, and here's the triple toe. And here you can see her foot got a little bit too far behind her, slipped off the edge. She was trying to fight to do something, and then her feet slipped out from underneath her. So unfortunate to have the -1 for the fall deduction, but like you said, Mark, she really got on her feet.
And that fall was the kind of freak fall that you can't really prepare for. So for so many people, that would have normally completely derailed their mental brain space. And yet, Barbara showcased real maturity there. And just remember that a year ago, she said that if you had told her that she'd be competing in her first Worlds in front of her home country, she would not have believed you. And how she has relished and embraced that opportunity now is a joy to behold. So it's a 92.07, not necessarily a competitive score, but right now she is the leader in the World Championships. It won't last long, but the memories she has garnered here will last a lifetime for sure. Congratulations to Barbara Vrankova and her team. The next competitor, Julia Sauter, acknowledged that she felt totally out of sorts at the start of her short program. However, as she simulates the takeoff for her triple lutz, which will open the program, we hope she can replicate what happened for her in Milan, because this free skate in Italy at the Olympic Games was sensational.
Double toe combination that was so light and airy. Triple loop. Some nice connecting turns out of it. Going right into a triple toe loop. unfortunate fall on the second triple Lutz. Triple Lutz, triple loop, I mean, stepping into a single axel was meant to be a double axel. It was a little bit of a tight circle and a funny landing on that land of the triple loop. Somehow double toe. Last jump planned in this program, double axel.
Great multi-directional skating there. Well, it was not the crystal clean skate that she delivered at the Olympic Games, but Yulia Sauter continues to showcase the amazing progression that she has made. And at 28 years young, she is an elder competitor, but she continues to show huge progression. And this is a skater that she's been a teaching assistant in school, she's been a waitress, she does figure skating coaching, all to supplement the dream of becoming an Olympian, and that has been achieved this year, and she's come into her best form. So hopefully there's continued support from the Federation, because I'd love to see what Yulia can continue to progress to. And this short program, of course, was overwrought by the mistake on the single lutz, but she said that a panic attack invaded her brain space. However, previously that would have facilitated a complete crumbling through the rest of this program, and she managed to rally back from that.
Talking about the triple lutz, a lot of height, clean rotation, tapping back into the double toe.
She was off axis and yet somehow managed to deliver a really classy landing position. However, just not able to stick to that lutz.
Yeah, the second lutz gave her a little bit of a problem. She couldn't finish the landing position. And here's triple sow cow, tapping back into a double toe. Not as much run and flow on the blade of that combination as there was on the triple lutz at the beginning, but still she completed it.
And Yulia just saying, as Roxana, her coach, cheers for her, that the crowd helped to get her through. And there's Simona Punga and Roxana Hartmann herself, an Olympian for the same nation. Flank her in the kiss and cry. It won't be the same glorious and giddy reaction that she gave in the kiss and cry in Milan, but I think this end of season performance was a valiant one for Julia Sauter. Feels like a long wait into anticipation. She had 127 points in the free skate in Milan, but that was a sensational performance with every jump landing being delivered with flow and glide. It's 106.84. And all three women in the kiss and cry who look very alike, nodding in agreement at the same time too, as she moves into first place. So from one Olympian to another, Switzerland's Livia Kaiser is watched by coach Sindre Kriza. And as I mentioned, in practice, Livia relentlessly worked on the triple lutz. And that will be the opening jump intended to be in combination with triple toe, as she skates to Lucy Gray Lion Theme and Run With Your Heart.
And when I cross the wild, a chance to see at break of day, a solitary child. No make, no call.
Triple lutz, triple toe. Maybe a little short on the landing of the triple toe. And you'll see the technical panel has a yellow mark under the boxes that are in the top left-hand corner. That means that the panel is going to review that element.
Upon the mountainside, you yet may spy
Solid triple flip.
the hair among the green, with the sweet face of Lucy Gray.
Starting out very strong here in this free skate program. Triple loop double toe combination with some decent run on the blade as she finishes the combination.
A little off axis on the triple salto. Doing well to stay on her feet.
Lutz unable to hang on. She's a little bit slow going into that jump and getting a little bit fatigued. Reaching the halfway point of the program. But regaining her composure there on the triple loop. And now double axel. And the second double axel sequence, good for her.
Oh, skater and coach in tears. Livia Kaiser from Switzerland. Her season is over, and this, an athlete that has competed in, I think, at least events that I have known of, maybe many more. She's been so incredibly busy, and she has really struggled this season. But as this season has come close to its conclusion, she seemed to just be gaining momentum and time, and she seemed to skater so needing a confidence boost. The opening triple Lutz triple toe seemed to propel her, and then the triple flip good, but when the first mistake happened, it obviously affected her mental brain space, but she rallied with the last triple loop and then the 2 double axels in sequence, and now no more run-throughs for a while.
Well, she had planned the sequence with the second triple Lutz with the 2 double axels, or a double axel and a double toe on it, so she moved the sequence later, smartly, to be able to gain those points. Opening triple Lutz. Tapping back for the second jump into the triple toe. Look at the landing, a little bit short of rotation there like I had thought.
And this takeoff here made me inhale because way dropped down with her hip, totally off axis. But this is better because there were events earlier in the season where she really seemed to lose sense of her body in the rotational position.
The sweetest thing that ever grew.
Here's the second triple Lutz, and definitely short of rotation and then just not able to hang on. But it was very slow going in. She really wasn't pushing, but here's where she does the step up for the second double axel after the first double axel to give her the sequence so as to not lose those points that she was going to have added onto the triple Lutz that she had missed earlier.
And as we see the butterfly entry into the flying camel combo spin, we wonder now what lies ahead for this athlete. As I mentioned in the short program, she plans to study medicine after skating. Hopefully we'll be treated to still seeing her on the competitive circuit as Sindra joins her in the kiss and cry. But for now, a busy season complete. It's 104.67. And although second on the free skate thus far, Livia maintains her lead above Yulia and Barbara. But I'm sure her family and 2 younger sisters are beyond proud of what Livia has delivered.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Hugs, high fives, all the support from coach Irina Kanonova as Natalie Langar prepares her second World Championship free skate. She was 21st in 2024, and now comes into the free skate in the same place as she prepares to skate to Story of a March Day and Senses.
Lutz double toe, a little bit forward on landing of the double toe, but still completed. Be reflected in the grade of execution, maybe a little bit of a minus just because of the balance check. Triple loop, a little bit possibly shorter rotation. Tight on some of these jumps. That triple flip didn't quite get the height she needed. eagle into triple flip. Much better triple flip, stepping up into a double axel. Flip. Looked a little bit short possibly as well, just not getting a lot of height on these jumps. Bit more connection to her short program music than she does to this free skate program.
Yeah, now I've got to try to really release the emotion for this step sequence. And the sound of the applause from the crowd helping to do that. Gorgeous use of her arms in the camel spin, and then the increase in speed feature within the closing combo. Well, she was ecstatic after the short program, and now Estonia's Natalie Langar looks equally delighted with the free skate. As you were pointing out, Tanya, lots of the jumps were questionable, and now there are currently 4 out of the 12 elements under review. But it looks like Natalie's performance there was a personal achievement and accomplishment, and for me, the skater's reaction at the conclusion of the skate is everything. I know we've got to consider the comparison between others, but nothing more joyful than seeing self-satisfaction from the athlete. And Natalie has a full schedule with her degree, and she's got an internship this spring just after World Championships. She's studying security sciences, specializing in customs and taxation, so goes straight from competing in artistic sport world-class events to going and continue her academic studies. But what a way to round out the season for her.
Looking at the triple Lutz combination that was at the beginning of the program. A little bit forward there on the landing, but staying on one foot.
Natalie, on Wednesday was your personal best. Tonight, once again, flawless. So, what will be your
triple loop was okay.
I think she might be a little lucky with that
I
call.
think so too. I said earlier I thought it was maybe a little short, but the technical panel did not review it, so she gets the credit for it. There's a triple flip, stepping up into the double axel sequence.
And so often for the skaters, the reviews by the technical panel can really pull down the technical element score when the review process allows the panel to look back and see how much of the rotation in the jumps was done on the ice. Then there's a consequential impact on their tech score, and the skaters dread to see it when the Q mark for quarter rotation short or an under rotated jump is assigned to their planned program content. It can really draw down the score, but I just feel that at the end of the season, not that scores are irrelevant, but that personal joy is priceless. She had as high as 112 in the Volvo Open, which she won in Riga not long ago. Notoriously, though, it's sometimes easier to get the higher scores at smaller internationals. This, the biggest stage for Natalie. Irina Kononova and Katerina Kalenda joining Natalie as the crowd show some impatience, waiting to hear the scores. Come on, jostle the judges along. O2 Arena. See if we can relieve Natalie Langar, finding the score to be achieved in her free skate at the World Championships, and it's 105.62. It goes in as a season's best at an ISU event of this caliber, but despite her also going to second, she leads overall, and that delighting the skater who will now finish in likely at least 21st place, the same place that she finished 2 years ago. As a proud Estonian fan applauds that.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the ice representing Bulgaria, Alexandra Fagan!
And now Alexandra Fagan from Bulgaria has a chance to deliver her free skate, something she was unable to do at both the Olympics and the European Championships earlier this year. And we will see her now performing to the track's melting waltz and shout.
Wow, that was a nice triple toe, covering a lot of space on the ice and having adequate flow on the exit. Problems. It was supposed to be a planned triple flip. She doubled it, ended up having the fall afterwards, just doing the double. Better with that triple cell, double toe, double loop, 3 jump combination.
The triple sacco being a friend to Alexandra. As fatigue starts to invade some of the energy levels in the closing stages of her free skate.
She continues to train. I'd love to see her try to connect a little bit more to the music, the program. And I know that's hard when you have all these difficult elements to do, but that's something that you want, that's part of your score as well, is connecting to the music.
Yet again, the O2 Arena helping by clapping in time to push Alexandra to deliver more presentation.
Like that position on the reverse cross sit.
And you can see now Alexandra Fagan completely exhausted, and perhaps not just the long season, not just the Olympic season really taking it out of her, but perhaps because she hasn't had to do the free skate. She didn't do the free skate at Europeans, didn't do it at Olympics, and then anybody that's been at the Olympics has cited the exhaustion from that. And it just stands for Alexandra that that run through was a hard task, but there's delight in the audience from some as she takes her bow in what is her 7th time at the World Championships. It looks like just getting off the ice is going to be a bit of a struggle. And that's not to discount how exhausting a 4-minute free skate is. Again, it's important for us to acknowledge anyone that's done a 4-minute free skate at senior level will know the pain that the body is in right now, as her long time coach, Andre Lutai, gives her skate guards.
Looking at the triple toe combination. She jumps nice and high on the second triple toe. Flow on the exit. And here's what was to be a triple flip, and it ended up being a really low double flip, and then she couldn't hang on to the landing.
And as you look back at the triple sacco, the technique that Alexandra has is good, no doubt. The likes of that triple toe, or even just, well, this 3-jump combo was a fatigued one. But the fundamental jump technique from Alexandra is good. It's just the points are only rewarded on what is delivered under the duress of the long program run through. And that prevented the judges, the fatigue prevented the judges from giving her the points that her jump quality can have in isolation. But the event host, Ashley Wagner, just reminding Alexandra in the kiss and cry, the last run through of the season is now done.
The scores, please. Alexandra Fagan získává za svou volnou jízdu 97.
So it's 97.31 for Alexandra, and she, fourth in the free skate, drops down a little, nudging Estonia's Natalie Langar up the standings. But good to see Coach Andre nudging her to take the moment to wave and thank all those that have supported her, as we see the Polish pierogi from the team leader. For Yakatina Kurakova, she is so popular, and that's thanks to the wonderful presentation ability that she has. A skater is so excellent at conveying emotion on the ice, but a skater that is suffering with a stress fracture. How can she push through her Moulin Rouge free skate?
The French are glad to die for love. They delight in fighting duels, but I prefer a man who lives and gives expensive.
Oh wow, triple toe, Euler triple flip. It's a statement of a beginning.
Yes.
The hand may be quite kind. continental, but diamonds are a girl's best friend.
Triplets stepping right up into a double axel.
Paid rental on your humble flats, or help you feed your appetite. Men grow cold as girls grow old, and we all lose our charms in the end. But square cut or pear shape, these rocks don't lose their shape. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. Those losses go back.
Well, with that start, it's not looking like she has any sort of an injury.
Another hero, another mindless crime behind the curtain. In the pantomime.
On and on. Does anybody know what we are living for? The show must go on. The show must go on. Outside, the dawn is breaking on the stage.
Triple leap, double toe. That triple leap looks like it might have been a little bit shorter rotation.
The show must go on. The show must go
Inside my heart is breaking. My makeup may be flaking, but my smile still stays.
Rotation issues may have invaded the program, but now the jumps are finally done and we can enjoy where Katya absolutely excels in her presentation and expression.
I'll top the bill, I'll earn the kill. I have to find the will to carry on with
Oh no! Ah. Just a fall within the step sequence at the end of the combination of turns. Well, there's no doubt that Yakatina Kurakova can move people with the passionate interpretation that she has. So unfortunate that the step sequence where we're about to have that real full commitment to the interpretation about to be released was cut short. But we mustn't forget that she was so close to withdrawing from this event. She said that the free skate at the Olympic Winter Games was excruciatingly painful, but she has managed to get through now her 6th World Championships. And the relief is tangible as she vacates the ice. And she fakes her backflip as some of the athletes like Adam Xiaohunfa are known to do as they depart the ice. Laurent Amodio, a man who she is so grateful for, so appreciative of. I have to assume, Tanya, that Florence just said, you've done it. Your season is over, you got through it. And she gets her flower crown.
French are glad to die
Looking at the opening triple toe Euler into the triple flip. And we want to watch the landing, a little bit short of rotation. It was just a little short, and then triple Lutz. That was going to be a step up into a double axel. There's another double axel, the last jump of the program.
This, she's such a great mover. Hopefully we're not going to see now the cluster. I think they're slow-moing down in time to see after this twizzle. A little whoopsie that we don't want to relive. Oh, why did they show us that? We don't need to see that again. But that is the face of a person whose season is now over. Hopefully some show experiences and opportunities for Katja. There's the Florent Amodio Academy shown by Florent there, doing so much work in Beaugenay in France to support a next generation of athletes. Katja's making a call. Are you happy with the result? I don't know if she's going to like the score though that she's going to receive. Yeah, it's 106.44. That a reflection of some of the rotation issues, and also judges can't really reward her and where she is best with the components because of the fall in the step sequence. But nevertheless, Katja continues to lead to close the first group in the 2026 World Championship Women's Figure Skating Competition. As we look ahead to the next group of 6 women about to be introduced to the arena. 6 skaters, 6 different nations. And 6 of the best in the world, with Riyang Jang from China opening this second group. And then to the 21-year-old from Riem, Lorine Shield. And then to Austria's Olga Mkatina, shaping hearts to the camera as she steps out to World Championship ice. And then to Meline Skizas, the 23-year-old from Oakville. And then Ida Karhanen. And then to the athlete who turned 18 last week, Korea's Gia Shin. So Beyonce is played in the arena to motivate the skates of the next 6 performers, with 7 points separating the skaters from 13th to 18th place. After the short program 2 days ago, all of the skaters will have had a practice day yesterday and further practice earlier today. As we look to Riyang Jang, one of the skaters debuting at the World Championships, and Riyang, who's warming up her triple sacco there, was saying that she loves the excitement of being at Worlds, and she's acknowledged that even the novelty of these LED boards is entertaining. The International Skating Union working hard on their in-event experience, and the LED boards are part of that. Not something that can be replicated in training to have this kind of experience on the ice. As we look ahead to Lorine Shield, her free skate for the French woman is to a piece of music that she has waited for the Olympic season to utilize. She's wanted to compete to it for 4 years, but saved for this very special season. And thank goodness Lorine managed to get the spot for France to enjoy performing the track Not Alone Anymore by Armand Amar. And there to Austria's Olga Mkatina. Her perspective of participation at the Games, her second time competing at an Olympics, so impressive. She said all of the Olympics, only 3 women get the medals. And so to her, it was all about the experience and not the result. And she did well in Milan and has since then become a bit of a celebrity at Montclair University, where she's studying business. As we see another athlete, that Meline Skizas. And for Maddie, she will have seen yesterday her bestie Leah Pereira get a bronze medal in the pairs event. They share the same coaching staff of Nancy Lamar and Alison Perkis. And I'm sure that Maddie was overjoyed to see Leah and Trent achieve that bronze medal yesterday, and hopefully that the motivation for Maddie. Can she finally creep into the top 10? This her 6th World Championships, from which she has been forever close but not quite inside it. And for the skater on screen now, Ida Karhanen, if she's above 15th, it would be the highest place for a Finnish woman since Kira Korpi back in 2011. And Ida using the same free skate that she used last season, Swan Lake, the piece of music for the youngest skater in the event. Just readdressing her triple flip.
I'm glad she didn't go for that one, because I think it might not have fared too well.
Maybe the camera will indulge us in seeing another. No, we move on now to Gia Shin. And Gia, such an elegant skater.
She was 5th at the Grand Prix in China, 7th at the Grand Prix
She
in France.
showcases so much quality, and the collaborations that she has with her choreographers, the likes of Jeffrey Buttle from Canada in the short program, and the wonderful David Wilson, really showcasing the class that she has. So all 6 of the women on the ice have had that Olympic Games experience. They have performers on the ice now who finished between 11th and 25th at the Games. And now they find themselves between 13th and 18th at the World Championships. However, Gia Shin not too far adrift from the top 10. It is her compatriot Hyen Lee, also from Korea, who holds that spot after the short program. And as is often the case, the discussion point in this World Championships about the total scores for a nation. For somebody like Ida Karhanen, she has to get in the top 10 herself. She's the only Finnish representative. She has only herself to be accountable to. For the likes of Gia Shin, she has another Korean skater here, and thus their participation next year in Finland is dependent upon the total score of the 2 women. So work to be done between 2, as we see Gia on camera now. Such a classy dress too. I know that's not important, but she looks very elegantly outfitted. It's important, Tanya, isn't it? It doesn't count for anything in scores, but
well, it enhances the whole performance, especially when you have a costume that matches your music, or just makes you look good.
And then if you if you look good, or at least
Feel
you think
good.
you look good, you feel good. If you feel good, you're more inclined to skate well. So
Exactly.
a lot of money spent on the costumes at elite level in figure skating. And all of the women looking incredible as 5 leave the ice, leaving
Ladies and gentlemen,
the figure of
on the ice
Riyang Jang.
representing China, Riyang Jang!
And a lovely smile shared between her and her coach as she's introduced to the O2 Arena again. A solid short program and a very different energy as she performs to the music from Miss Saigon.
Good start with the triple lutz. Triple sow, triple toe with some 3 turns between the 2 jumps, but staying on 1 foot. Struggling with that triple loop. It was almost like her blade stopped and her body kind of kept going and unable to hang on to that landing.
From the ashes he'll rise, and upon his white wings, I'll watch you from above. I will never be far, but my son, it's your turn to know your father's love. I know now when I came to this earth, and so you find your place. But for that, I must leave your embrace.
Effortless triple sow kind of late in this program. Double axel, double toe sequence.
Wonderful camera angle for us to enjoy that interpretation. Feel this program definitely gained strength and momentum. She had a couple blunders at the beginning of the program, but really turned it around. So good for Riyang. Completely agree, Tanya. Riyang Jang from China. And whilst we've seen other quality skaters in the first group, this to me is a total testament to the stamina and the training that must have been done to deliver a skate like that. The 4 minutes of a senior free skate is so physically exhausting and draining, and nobody likes to do endless run-throughs, but Riyang Jang comes to her first World Championship with an obvious stamina that allowed her to extract more from the judges because she was able to deliver well in the closing stages. And I think of the two programs, for me, the Miss Saigon piece perhaps suits her more than the Frozen by Madonna. Delivered both well. And the step sequence, the second to last element in her free skate, really showcased the movement and expression through her body. She's not particularly facially expressive, but her body really sold the program as we see that good outside edge takeoff on the triple loops.
And then this is the triple sow cow. And just a little bit back on her foot, on her landing foot. So a couple 3 turns, then tapping back for the triple toe. Triple toe was about a quarter short. Then the fall on the triple loop. That was a little bit shorter rotation as well, but the cantilever was in the choreographic sequence, which was a highlight for me.
The director knows the shots that the technical panel will probably want to see in regards to the landing and the rotation done. But having acknowledged to the press after the short program that she's genuinely loving the excitement of being at her first Worlds, and hopefully that the fuel now for her off season. Some great Chinese junior skaters, the likes of Yihan Wang, who will be age eligible for seniors next year. But this experience will be pivotal in helping Riyang Jang move further forward and keep progressing. She finds out whether or not she can achieve a personal best. The personal best for her comes from 4 continents as she eagerly grabs her coach's hands. And it's 119.17. She had 119.8 before, but she looks more than satisfied and happy with that because she leads the field. And therefore, Riyang Jang will be at least 18th in her first World Championships at the senior level. So from a skater who will be at least 18th to a skater who was 15th last year, Lorine Shield. As I say, waited for this season to use this music. Skating to Not Alone Anymore and No More Fight Left in Me for the 21-year-old who will open the program with triple lutz, triple toe.
Triple lutz, triple toe was well done. One thing that is evident with Lorine skating is her maturity.
She's worked so hard in that, not a naturally expressive skater. This year combining with Massimo Scali to help push that second mark.
Can't hang on to the landing of that triple loop. It's a little bit off of her heel, a little pre-rotated on the takeoff. This one was much better, stepping up into a double axel. And gosh, you know, when you do the second jump as a double axel, you have to kind of push it out a little bit more. That circle tends to want to creep in, and it got a little bit too small, making the landing impossible for her.
Oh no, now it's starting to go off axis, the triple salto. France's Lorine Shield starting so well. The first 3 jumping passes, the first 4 jumping passes, super successful. But faltering through the halfway and then beyond for Lorine. But having seen this athlete progress from the junior ranks to the senior ranks, the obvious attention to trying to push the second mark is really evident and just needs more time to continue to push. And perhaps it's unfair of me to say this, Tanya, but I don't think that Lorine is, as I mentioned during the performance, a natural skater per se, but I know her wonderful coach Malika Tahir is doing everything she can to continue to develop the athlete. And I just really hope that despite the exhaustion of the Olympic season, she'll be able to go back to their training location in Chamonix and just keep pushing both aspects, program component scores, but also I know it's an athlete that isn't shy of trying triple axels as well. So I eagerly anticipate and encourage next season. But I say that, but Lorine right now and Malika, I'm sure, don't want to be thinking about anything for next season. They need some rest as we look back at the triple Lutz, triple toe.
Triple Lutz was called as a quarter short, which I was a little surprised at.
I've seen other people come away with less. I think that's a bit unfortunate, but hey ho.
There's a double axel with nice height. You can see clearly landing backwards with the skating foot.
There's part of her choreo sequence, which is unique to her.
Here's a triple loop. Just can't hang on to that landing. And then that's the double axel is after the next triple loop that the circle got a little bit too small on, and a little bit of fight there on that landing as well.
So Lorine, who has had as high as 126, when she competed at the Grand Prix de France in Angers, she was just fantastic. She peaked earlier in the season, and now I hope will benefit from another off season so that she can return at the early start of the 2026-2027 season, going back over and above the scores that she had earlier in this Olympic year. So it's only a 106.09 So fourth in the free skate, second overall for Lorine.
Total competition score is 165.23 points, which brings her currently into second place.
But look forward to seeing what more is to come from the French skater.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Austria, Olga Mkatina!
And now to the most experienced of the competitors that we've seen thus far, 2 times an Olympian, Olga Mkatina. Olga competes her free skate to the Metallica track, Nothing Else Matters.
Triple Lutz, triple toe, commanding the landing. Ooh, gosh, really hanging on to that triple loop. She was off of her axis completely, but managed to find her feet.
Great lift and elevation on the butterfly entry. Maintaining amazing speed in the camel spin feature, really plus GOE there. Great spiral too.
Really showcasing her flexibility and strength. Triple flip, looking a little shorter rotation and a little tilted in the air. Spectacular position in the back sit with her leg tucked behind and extended all the way out.
Oh, and that exit holding the edge onto a forward outside paragraph loop. Oh, such cool choreography. Well, the jumps may not have been successful, but the audience here respecting and appreciating what Olga Mkatina delivered. And the requirements for a senior women's free skate dictate that so many of the same things have to be delivered. The same number of jumps, the same number of spins, and a choreo sequence. But Olga Mkatina, within her 4-minute free skate, managed to find unique movement that made me want to go back and watch it again. Some really great choreography. And shout out to Rostislav Stanitsin, who choreographed this program, a Ukrainian ice dance coach from Oberstdorf, Germany, who I think did the short program too. And I remember having the same sentiment after seeing the short program choreography too. But that doesn't deny the fact that Olga will shrug her shoulders, because she knows that as good as the choreo may be, the jumps weren't as successful, and they're the big points makers. That choreo sequence with the spiral and then the inside spread eagle, to hold an inside spread eagle on such a big lobe is so hard to do. She's obviously been blessed with good turnout in her hips.
And this is her triple Lutz takeoff, tapping back into the triple toe loop and completing that very well at the beginning of her program.
Elena Romanova stoic in watching, as we see this was amazing too. She just finds a real sweet spot in the blade, so no friction as she spins, and thus able to maintain speed, number of rotations.
Triple loop, a little bit off the axis and opening that left shoulder a little on that landing, 3 turning out of it.
And that spread eagle with the heel lift, akin to Yuzuru Hanyu, who used it so brilliantly in one of his short programs on route to an Olympic title. What a finished position. As she shapes her heart to the camera. Oh, so much that I appreciate and admire, but it won't be near her best score. She had a 1-2-3 in Milan. Yeah, very short of that, I think. It's 109.73. Shrug of the shoulders and acceptance. But now she returns to her training location in Montclair, New Jersey. Back to her studies, back to her job, but hopefully we'll see her again. Congratulations, Olga Mkatina, at the end of her Olympic season. As we look ahead now to the Canadian national champion, Meline Skizas. Using again her butterfly lovers free skate, and her friend Leah Pereira returned to their pairs free skate with great success en route to a bronze medal at the World Championships yesterday. Wishing Meline great success now over the course of the next 4 minutes.
Triple Lutz. Looked like she just got very loose at the end of that jump and had nothing to land on.
She struggled with the opening jump in the Olympics, but rallied back successfully. Hopefully the same now will happen.
Much better triple flip. Solid triple loop double toe combination. Planning her second triple Lutz here. She's got to rely on the feeling that she had on those other jumps. Yes, much better. Stepping up into a double axel and another double axel. Well done. She had a little bit more speed and confidence going into that second triple Lutz. Last jump of the program ends up being a double toe.
Meline Skizas from Canada showcases how far she has come, because now, like the team event at the Olympic Winter Games, she manages, after an opening fall, to still deliver for the majority of the rest of the free skate.
It is so difficult to do. I mean, that's in training. That's just running programs no matter what. So you learn to fix whatever goes wrong on that opening jump.
And not carry the mental load, the mental mistake. And I think, Tonya, when I watched Meline in practice, she's got still so much more to give. I think under competition, understandably, the stress of competition, she just gets a little tight in her shoulders, because in practice, she has just real beautiful movement. And I think the program component scores still have, in practice, a lot more than the judges are able to give her under the stress of the event itself.
Here's the opening triple Lutz, not a lot of height, and loose at the end of the jump. Looks like she managed to get the revolutions completed, but just unable to stand up. But then she went down the ice and did this triple flip, which was very well done. And the triple sow cow.
And at the Olympics, you collected a lot of pins. Can you please tell us about one of your favorites?
And always so impressive to be able to repeat the previously unsuccessful jump later in the program when the legs are far less fresh, and that was evident there with the triple lutz and the two double axels in sequence. And Maddie had said that she would really miss the programs that she's had this season, using the butterfly lovers again and the Lion King from the short program, and just the reference to that she'll miss these programs when they're gone hopefully suggests that there are new programs are coming as we continue to debate which of the athletes will retire from competition. She sits there with her coaches, who they too now can celebrate the end of the season after the great commitment and investment they've given their students. It's 116.94, second on the free skate. But Maddie leads overall, so it will be at least a 15th again for the Canadian women. With obviously now more to come, and I'm waiting whether or not she will move up the standings.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the ice, representing Finland, Ida Karhunen!
And now Adam and Marina, the coaches, move back as Ida Karhunen prepares to complete her first free skate at a World Championship. She's somewhat of a veteran on the junior stage, and now hoping to do all she can for Finnish women's skating ahead of next year's World Championships in her home country.
Effortless triple sow opening her free skate. Wow. Triple flip, triple toe. She looks light as a feather as she jumps.
She'll be pleased to have the triple-triple more successful in the short program.
Timing was really off on that attempt of what was meant to be a triple Lutz.
Really unique camel variation and such good speed and centering here on the combo.
Second triple Lutz was a much better attempt with a double toe double loop on the end of it. Slipping off her edge on what was meant to be a double axel attempt.
Well, the best reaction from the O2 Arena crowd for the performance of Ida Karhunen. And as I mentioned, this is the second season that she's used this program, and so often if a skater uses the same choreography year on year, I think it's hard then to push the habits, the trained muscle memory. But Ida Karhunen has showcased here, so much progression in her program component scores. I was really mindful of the increase in speed from what we saw from her as a junior when she competed at World Juniors last year. And also significant for me to forewarn that the opening jump here, which was a triple salto, is a bit of a placeholder because this is a skater that is working on quadruple jumps, and who knows, in 12 months' time, when this World Championships goes to her home country, where that young woman will fare.
The triple flip, triple toe combination. Just have to watch the edge a little bit on that flip. It's questionable whether it's on an inside edge or the outside edge. And that was the Lutz that ended up being a double and very forward and then very sloppy on the landing.
No such rotational issues there.
Here's the triple Lutz double toe, double loop combination. Second half of the program. This is her layback spin. The later position when she did the hair cutter and had the clear increase of speed was just spectacular.
And I really like the camel spin when she did an invert with the rotation of the body, and so cool when you see unique movement. And as I mentioned, if she can be above 15, this will be the highest place for a Finnish woman in 15 years since Akira Korpi. She will need 116 to do that. She has 120.04. That's the best free skate according to the judges in the tech panel that we have seen thus far. And so Ida Karhunen will find herself in at least 14th in her World Championship debut ahead of the World Championships heading to her country when Tampere, Finland hosts the event next year, as hearts are shaped between Adam Solja and Marina Shirshaba. And there, people have gone to great lengths to support the next skater with the banners around the O2 Arena. Gia Shin takes to the ice. She too returning to former free skate. So perfectly suits this very artistic skater. Liebstraum by Franz Liszt. The music, Gia Shin, the skater.
A very effective Ina Bauer into a double axel, opening her program. And you talk about her elegance, and that was clearly evident on that opening move.
I didn't see any triple hooks, triple toe combos as good as that unpracticed earlier today. This is a great start. Gia's use of her head and neckline just adds such extreme refinement to the shapes. But she needs the triple jumps, just a single flip there.
There's the triple flip, stepping up into a double axel. Spiral into a triple Lutz double toe double loop. 3 jump combination as the last jumping pass, looking really strong. What stands out for me is not only the ease of her skating, but how well she did all of her elements. There's not one review.
And doesn't Gia Shin from Korea just have an ethereal sense to her movement of skating as a double thumbs up are given? And there are some skaters who just have a certain je ne sais quoi, and perhaps it's the way in which Gia Shin holds the top line of her body. Just as I mentioned during the performance, her neckline, her open, expansive posture, the use of her arms is just so inviting and aesthetically pleasing. She's a delight to watch.
Such a classical style.
Yes, so perfect. And as I mentioned, another skater like Ida Kahanen, reusing a former free skate. She'd started the season with Spartacus, and knowing Spartacus, I think this Leaf Slam piece will be more suited to the softness that she has. Gorgeous. And apart from that popped triple flip, it was otherwise a really stellar skate, and now that will lead, but could that help Gia Shin to move close to the top 10?
Look at the height on this triple Lutz. Tapping back into the triple toe. Riding that outside edge on the landing. Triple loop. What?
Close, oh my goodness.
My goodness, that was so close to the wall. You know, sometimes skaters are used to skating on a little bit of a bigger rink, and when they're in a smaller rink, it's hard to adjust when you're used to pushing so hard and using the full ice in that respect.
True. I wonder if this skater can push towards the 8s, maybe even the 8.5 range out of 10 on that second mark, because there's so much to appreciate. And from practice this morning, that wasn't the skater in practice this morning, but even though she's new to seniors, she's got so much experience amassed on the junior stage, 4 Junior World Championship experiences, silver medalist in each of those. And so anything that happened this morning, she turned around now as she achieves 136.65, and she crosses over the 200-point marker overall. That is 20 points ahead of anybody else thus far, and Gia makes her claim on pushing into the top 10 in her debut at the World Championships. So that was a fantastic out after two groups, finding ourselves now at the halfway point in the women's free skating event at the World Championships 2026. We are 15 to 20 minutes away from continued coverage, and not long before we see the brilliant Kyrie Sakamoto, the leader after the short program. You do not want to miss it. I'm Mark Henretti alongside Tanya Kartkowski. Join us shortly for the continued coverage of the World Championships.
I loved it. And of course, Gia Shin, who was just beautiful out on the ice.
To znamená, udělejte si krátkou pauzu, ale vraťte se na svá sedadla, protože budeme pokračovat ve velkém stylu.
Visit Czechia. Feel free.
Pour ma beauté, je fais confiance à mon esthéticienne. Avec ses soins de beauté professionnels, ma peau est plus belle, mon visage paraît plus jeune et éclatant de beauté. Dans les instituts de beauté, Guinou et Marie-Corps. Pour ma beauté, je fais confiance à mon esthéticienne. Avec ses soins de beauté professionnels, ma peau est plus belle, mon visage paraît plus jeune et éclatant de beauté. Dans les instituts de beauté, Guinou et Marie-Corps.
We're always thanking our partners. We're talking to media partners, all the supporters. We're thanking you for coming here to the outfit. But there's one more special group of people. Without them, the ISU Figure Skating World Championship won't be possible. And it's my honor to introduce you to this very special lady. Her name is Riyang Jang. She's from Vancouver, British Columbia. There, she is training the young figure skaters, dreaming about the attendance at the World Championship, and she came all the way from Vancouver to Prague to be part of the volunteer team, and you have a chance to meet her in the media team. And it's not about the journey, it's about the dedication. Thank you so much, Joel, for being part of this special group, and you deserve the title. She is the volunteer of the day! Dámy a pánové, toto je Joel z Vancouveru, která je součástí výjimečné skupiny bez kredice mistrovství světa ISU, které jsou poslední neodehrává. Jsou to stovky dobrovolnic a dobrovolníků. Joel z Vancouveru, ale jsou zde lidé z celé země, z Jižní Koreje, z Německa, z Rakouska a také z Česka. A my jim teď chceme poděkovat. Thank you, volunteers. Thank you, Joel. Thank you so much for making this miraculous ISU Figure Skating World Championship. These are the volunteers. Hello, volunteers! Top 12 skaters to go in this competition. They're skating their life on ice in the O2 Arena. And then they are seated in a very special sofa. This is our kiss and cry, and this is our wonderful Ashley.
Welcome to Kiss and Cry. So I'm going to take you all on a little adventure. I've just gotten my scores. It's the skate of my life. I'm in first place. Now, normally skaters would go off, take off their skates, enjoy a little break, but not today. Today is special because today is where we're going to crown a champion. And they are going to walk themselves right on over to the leader's chair. A very new addition to the World Championships. Now, if you were the champion,
We find ourselves in the halfway point of the women's free skating competition at the World Championships 2026 in Prague at the O2 Arena. And now we head towards the top 12 skaters after this short program with Sophia Samodkina from Kazakhstan opening the proceedings at this stage of the event. And on the ice now, the unstoppable European champion, Nina Petrokina. And we have just seen brilliance from Korean skater Gia Shin. Now it is the turn of Hyen Lee from the same nation. And then to the first of the skaters in their World Championship debut, Sarah Everheart from the United States of America. To another in their debut on this stage, Amai Nikai. She hasn't done the World Championships, but she comes here fresh off the success of an Olympic bronze medal. And now to another skater whose Olympic experience was quite special, Lara Naki Goodman. Well, what perfect music for this warm-up. We girls going to take control, and we hope the girls do take control and deliver in this final event of what has been an incredible season of figure skating. What happened a few weeks ago in Milan has garnered interest globally around the world. And somewhere, Alyssa Liu currently hanging out with Taylor Swift, but hopefully watching this event as we look now to Sophia Samodkina. And she has a beautiful free skate to the music from Sunset Boulevard, inspired by her choreographer Joey Russell's trip to watch that on Broadway when he watched Nicole Scherzinger inhabit the Norma Desmond role. And incidentally, Nicole Scherzinger, the Pussycat Doll superstar, thanked Sophia for using her voice on Instagram. So great, again, confirmation that the sport is transcending just our sporting communities. We look now to Nina Petrokina. She was the flag bearer in the closing ceremony for Estonia alongside Estonian speed skater Martin. And Nina has had another really tumultuous season fighting injury, but she is vocal and honest about how she's planned her vacation in a month, and that is giving her some motivation to keep fighting and striving as she aims to climb back into the top 10 as she did last year in Boston en route to an 8th place finish there.
Well, and she was the European champion as well, so she had some success, a little bit of up and down here and there. With
that injury, and then somehow she came back from that injury incredibly. As we look now to Hyen Lee. And again, we discussed the impact of the Olympics and what it has done to the various different athletes. For Hyen Lee, her K-pop Demon Hunters inspired exhibition became a viral moment. And she has been in fine form here, including landing triple axels in practice. Whether or not she chooses to include that in her free skate remains to be seen, but she's arguably in the form of her life back to what she achieved when she was a silver medalist at the World Championships in Saitama, Japan in 2023. And we've seen, as we look now at Sarah Everheart, other skaters in the competition already who, within the context of this Olympic season, have gone back to using previous material, and that is what Sarah Everheart has done for the World Championships. She was skating to the Poor Things soundtrack, but now reusing her Firebird. And Sarah has said that the call up to compete here didn't really impact her brain space too much, but then on the flight over to Prague, she said suddenly she described it as quite surreal to realize she was en route to competing in her first World Championships. As we see another skater who has acknowledged the unique feeling of being at their first World Championships, but unlike Sarah Everheart, Amai Nikai comes in with a little different feeling, because now, despite the fact that this is her debut on this stage at Worlds, the Olympic bronze medal which she achieved a few weeks ago has everyone expecting so much more, and that's a different kind of feeling for an athlete. But the short program, which was her strength in Milan, wasn't so successful here, so maybe she can flip things around and have the successful free skate.
Well, and she's one of the skaters that's has a glorious triple axel. So when she hits it, it's beautiful. Every now and then it does evade her. So we'll see what happens in the free skate tonight.
As you look now to Lara, Naki, Goodman, and Lara will be skating to music from Jaws, which has been just a spectacular choice. And indeed, Lara was cognizant of the impact that her unique choreography and music choices had. So on her social media, she is asking skaters to try to do the shark fin arms that you see and will see in her program, and asking skaters to try them and tag her on social media. And I think that's so wonderful to see that she's mindful of the platform that her social media gives, and that's something that the International Skating Union media team are working hard to do, trying to connect the skaters with a more wide global audience. As we see Amai struggling with that triple axel again.
Second one that's looked like that, the legs not coming through and a little anxious to rotate.
So the familiar sound of the daunting final minute of the warm-up. You just consider the score proximity of the woman on the ice currently. Sophia Samodkina finds herself just 3 1/3 of a point away from the highest ranked skater in this group, Lara, Naki, Goodman. And 3 1/3 points is a double axel. That likely to be, and hopefully, the lowest value jump that any of the skaters will attempt, as we see the Kazakhstan flag very proudly represented. Gosh, Kazakhstan will have all eyes on this event after Mikhail Shaidarov, the Olympic champion from Milan, really elevating our sport in that nation. And there, the leader's chair, a chilly Gia Shin keeps warm, because the performance that she gave was so solid she could well stay in that chair for a while. How amazing that a skater that is so expressive on the ice looks a little humbled and shy when the camera goes to her sitting down.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Kazakhstan, Sophia Samodkina!
So opening this third group in the women's free skate at the World Championships, Kazakhstan's Sophia Samodkina. She finds herself, after the short program, 2 places higher than she was a year ago in Boston, but certainly capable of climbing into the top 10. She said herself she doesn't get too stressed. Hopefully that offers her the chance to skate cleanly to Sunset Boulevard.
Well, she had a clean short program 2 days ago. Hopefully she can continue that on in this free skate. Spread eagle into a triple flip, landing with the crescendo of the music, very effective.
Tight on the triple lutz. Every position change was acknowledged with the music. Really well constructed program so far.
Triple Lutz. The jump itself didn't look too bad. Triple flip, triple toe combination. Sure if the triple toe is fully rotated. Triple loop Euler triple sow. That was very well done.
Sophia Samodkina from Kazakhstan, and the concept behind this program so brilliant for this athlete. This is a skater who has previously competed with triple axels, and she's even landed quadruple jumps in competition as a junior. And Joey Russell, the choreographer's consideration of rebranding the athlete while she has less technical content, really choosing a vehicle that allows the judges to reward her in the second mark in a way that has really showcased progression for Sophia. Norma Desmond and Nicole Scherzinger, such powerful piece. I don't know about you, Tanya, but some brilliant highlight moments, wonderful choreo sequence, but I think Sophia certainly didn't give all the content Joey had intended choreographically for some of the jumping passes. I think she diluted the content to focus on making sure the jumps happen.
Well, she switched some things around when she had trouble with the second triple Lutz. That was supposed to have the Euler triple sow on it, which she ended up doing later with the triple loop, which kudos to her, again, being able to change that program and obviously must practice doing different ones as you train. But she really did a nice job, but I agree with you. Some of the choreography was a little watered down at times.
So as we look back at this, the flip, just think that the skater, Sophia, she's got potentially next season more content to add from a technical perspective, but also the development made in the components certainly
There's a triple
time will
Lutz.
improve.
Yeah, triple Lutz a little bit under rotated. Didn't get a lot of height on that. It looked like it just didn't get underneath all the way. Yeah. And this is the second triple Lutz, and a little bit out of control there on the landing. Not sure what happened on that, because it didn't look like it was a bad jump in the air.
She's maybe fortunate though on the replay, because it looks like she's changed to inside edge on the Lutz takeoffs, and that hasn't been picked up by the panel.
And triple flip triple toe. The triple toe looked a little bit short. So just giving away some points here and there with the grades of execution coming down a little bit. With
And
the
I think, wondering now, Tanya, that when we review what's happened there, whether or not that's enough to keep Gia Shin at bay. Gia sitting in the leader's chair currently. And Sophia will need 134. She's some ways behind what Gia delivered, and thus second on the free and second overall for Sophia Samodkina, as Rafael Aratunian, the illustrious esteemed coach, accepts that score. He'll have something to say about it when they return to the training arena ahead of next season, I'm sure. And Gia, thumbs up to Sophia, and she stays there. Now, coach Svetlana Varnevskaya on shot now with the bob, has coached the next skater for almost 18 years. Nina on fire at the poster. As Nina Petrakina gets ready to perform for the last time in the competitive arena. And Nina choosing Hans Zimmer's Dune for her free skate.
Double axel, triple toe, commanding the landing with excellent flow on both jumps. Tight on that landing of that triple flip. She completed it. But the technical panel will review. Double axel, double toe loop. Triple Salchow last jump in this program, stepping right into her change foot combination spin.
You see the necklace with the Olympic rings around Nina Petrakina. Not long ago, she delivered this program in Milan so brilliantly. It has served her incredibly well this season. And now, for the final time, Nina Petrakina performs to Dune. And she, the highest ranked European woman at the Olympic Winter Games. And so she represents on multiple levels, and this is a skater that also has the potential for triple axel. She's landed triple axel and quad salto in practice and wants to use it, but for so many years Nina's been sidelined by injury and illness, and so now hopefully after this season she can have a prolonged injury-free period in which to be able to keep improving and progressing. And look, 18 years I said with that woman, and yet still before she leaves the ice she takes the moment to give a bow and appreciation to her.
Utmost respect.
But how do you compare Nina Petrakina and Dune to Liebström and Gia Shin? There could be barely two more contrasting styles of skater.
Opening with the double axel, tapping back with the triple toe. That was a well done combination. Triple Lutz a little bit tight on that, stepping out of it, just affecting the grade of execution. And that's a triple Lutz, double axel, double toe sequence. It was at the halfway point of the program, looking strong still.
Every last bit of energy going into the program there. And now she's delighted, but her coach has more energy at the conclusion of the skate than she does. The coaches need such a shout out. Nina was explaining that at Europeans, when she won her second title, she was surprised to see the emotion on Svetlana's face. But the coach has been almost 2 decades of investment in this student, has been along a journey with her. So it's just short of Gia Shin in the free skate, and we wait to find out, but significantly not overall. So by a third of a point, Nina Petrakina leads Gia Shin. And so 11th at least as Gia applauds. Well, the next skater has appeared in 5 previous World Championships and never been outside of the top 10. She finds herself in 10th place now. And Hyen said that she wants you to notice the facial expression right after the second jump. It's the triple loops double toe, double loop that is planned as she skates to the familiar sound of the Carmen Suite.
Opening her program with a double axel triple toe. Close to the wall in that triple Lutz double toe, double loop combination.
The crowd clapping in syncopated timing, impressive musical awareness from the crowd too.
see she looked like she really wasn't attacking going into that supposed to attempt of a triple Lutz. Fighting back, triple flip double axel sequence. Good for her.
Oh no, another pop jump. So many points lost on the technical score for Hyen. Wonderful use of her arms in the camel spin.
I also like the way she changed her positions with the music. That was very effective.
So much to enjoy and admire, but of course Hyen Lee, who's got so much experienced performances and understanding of what's necessary at the most elite stage of all, knows that 2 singles and 1 double is not going to keep her competitive on this occasion in Prague. And yet, it was evident to me is again that the athlete that she is now, comparative to the 2021 World Championships when she first came onto the scene, has so much more artistic potential. And I was blown away particularly by the awareness of the musicality. Czechia is a musically mindful country because they were appreciative of the Carmen Suite, but they also knew that single jumps were enough to stop clapping, because they know too that the technical element score that Hyen has currently is, whilst under review, 10 points shy at least of the leader. And of course the second mark is going to struggle to stay competitive too because of the mistakes.
Here's the opening triple Lutz, or second jump of the program. Triple Lutz double toe, double loop combination. Look at how close she is to the wall. And she needs to just change her direction really quickly in order to finish her last jump. Here's where she breaks out of the second attempt of the Lutz.
You can see the disappointment on her coach, or the dismay really. There were moments of quality like this triple flip into the double axel, but the crowd here, when interviewing or listening to the interview of Hyen, giving her all the support that she needs right now, because it will be difficult to swallow the result. And we have to again consider the combination of her result here with Gia Shin, because if she wants to have more chance of competing again next season, and 2 women going to the World Championships for Korea and Finland, then their combined result needs to be 28 or less. How far will she fall in the standings with that performance for Hyen? 116.68, it is 7th in the free skate and 4th overall. So it still looks like it'll be okay for Korean women for next year, but nevertheless disappointment for Hyen, who now moves outside of the top 10. Well, the next competitor represents the United States of America. And in the short program, Sarah Everheart opened up about the mental chat that was going on in her head during the short program. She was telling herself, or finding the demon in her head, saying she was going to mess up, but she silenced it brilliantly. Hopefully now she's mentally strong ahead of her Stravinsky Firebird free skate.
She accomplished a triple Lutz, triple toe in the short program 2 days ago, attempting it here, and just doing a plain triple Lutz, which is not a problem. Technical panel calls what they see. Doing the double axel triple toe there. Beautiful triple flip.
Great use of her wrists to punctuate the music.
Let's double toe, double loop, 3 jump combination, receiving the 10% bonus.
Taking her time now for the last jump. Ooh, just steps out of the salto.
I would say it was a good move to go back to Firebird.
I completely agree. And it wasn't long ago that the skater that has just so well given that performance found out she'd be competing here. Sarah Everheart replacing Alyssa Liu, the Olympic champion, and very proudly representing her nation as America boasts other very strong skaters. And I think she holds herself to such a high standard that Sarah maybe is just disappointed that the final jump wasn't successful. But otherwise, a great skate and such wonderful elevation on the loops as Roman Skorniakov gives her a hug. Love the use of her fingertips there. Choreography always so brilliant by Shaylin Bourne.
Opening triple Lutz was so well done. I love how she held the landing and then she put the planned triple toe from the first triple Lutz on the end of the next jump, which was the double axel, so double axel, triple toe combination. Triple loop, double axel sequence.
And for Sarah now, such a great skate that if she can just work on the extension of her free legs, just doesn't have quite the refinement of line that the likes of Amber and Isabel yet to come, who hail from the same nation, have. That will just elevate her a little bit more.
And here's the triple sour. She just gets a little bit back off of her right hip and heel and has to step out of it. Okay, but she stayed on her feet. You know, I agree with you 100%. A little bit more stretch of the free leg, pointing the toes in certain places. Sometimes the free leg would come through as a movement, but then not be pointed out, but kind of up into the air. You just got to turn it out and stretch it a little bit more. But so many great things to offer, and just more time needed in some of those minute areas.
Little study of Sasha Cohen maybe will help the push there, but otherwise a great skate. As Nina Petrakina, the current leader, applauds Sarah's performance. She's had 130 at Lombardia early in the season last year. She accepts 128.69, is third behind both Nina and Gia. But a really impressive debut by the 19-year-old. She should be incredibly proud. I think Nina Petrakina looks a little surprised to see it.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Japan,
Well, Amai Nikai, over the past few weeks, has become a much more recognized name in Japan for sure. The bronze medal that she won in Milan, incredibly exciting scenes there. You see on the left of the screen though, for the first time in the event, the valuable triple axel planned as she skates to What a Wonderful World.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think.
Oh, opening out of it. Her timing has been a little bit off today in the warm-up. Triple Lutz, triple toe. That easy knee bend on the landing.
Such good use of that knee and ankle action to generate speed, pushes the skating skills component score. Another pop.
I hear babies crying and watch them grow.
Triple flip, double axel, double axel sequence. She continues to fight through this program.
What a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people passing by. I see friends shaking hands saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I
Ami has such a wonderful presence on the ice, and at a young age. She's
Yeah.
only 17. She's got a long career ahead of her. I can't wait to see what comes in her future.
And I think to myself, what a wonderful
Japan's Amai Nikai gets the thumbs up from the audience. It's not as competitive as has been. This a young woman who, as I mentioned in the short program, failed to medal at the World Juniors last season, but then in this her first senior season burst into awareness when she beat Kyrie Sakamoto at the Grand Prix de France. She was sensational there in usurping the legend that is Kyrie. She struggled to replicate the best free skate in the way she did early on in the season, and maybe it's that pressure and responsibility that's been a burden of responsibility around her. But whatever happens with this score, moving forward now, Amai Nikai has become somebody with a huge fan base. And she's got the goods with the triple axel. We've seen it. Just unfortunate that on this occasion she wasn't able to deliver it again. This triple axel hasn't been her friend in Prague.
You can see the, like, kind of doesn't get all the way through, and then the timing of the rotation just was off, and she didn't have snap to be able to do the 3.5 revolutions. But then moving on, she goes to the triple loop double toe with no problem right after that mistake on the axel jump. So well done being able to recover. And here's the triple Lutz, deep knee bend into the triple toe.
I wonder now for Amai Nikai, we question about who's returning and who's going to retire as we see this frustrating pop on that Lutz. At just 17 years of age, we have to assume that Amai will return to competition, and I wonder how she'll be packaged and styled next season. She's almost exploited her youthful innocence with the material this year. I wonder how she will return to the competition season next year. So that Grand Prix de France score for Amai Nikai was a 149-point free skate. But today it's 130.9, again behind Nina and Gia on both the free skate and overall. She has a clean-looking 200-point total. But Nina Petrakina's position in the leader's chair stays unaffected. She can get comfortable for a little bit longer. And now to the final skater in this group, Shark Lara Naki Goodman. Lara explained she's been managing back pain since the Olympics, and she wanted to thank her physio and the team for getting her here healthy. Short program successful, but of course more elements in the free skate to come. But just look out for this unique interpretation to the Jaws soundtrack. Maybe you'll just spot, even down to the eyeliner on her eyes, some nods to the shark theme.
triple Lutz Euler, triple Saukow. Was really strong.
Each of these transitions has harder step content.
The lift in her air position in her jumps is really stellar.
There, her shark fin in the camel spin position. And a great example of a cross foot spin.
Trouble on that landing with a second triple Lutz. Coming back down the ice with a triple toe double axel sequence.
What a wonderful skate and a wonderful program from Italy's Lara Goodman, as tears are in the eyes of her coach Gabriele Mincio. And it's, I don't think, ever done, this Jaws soundtrack in the competitive arena. Certainly a rare choice, but the way in which this program has been pieced together is superb. Stéphane Lambiel, part of the team, and Lara's interpretation of it is just so perfectly on point. And I think also, in addition to the success in the jumps, it's important to acknowledge again that her transitional content, as we see the banner waved for her, comprises of more Choctaws and rockers and difficult direction changes that should really be reflected on the composition score. Just wonderful.
Well, and also her spins, she has level 4s on all 3 spins, a level 4 on the step sequence. So, racking up all those points everywhere possible.
And I find Lara Naki's career so inspiring to other skaters, because she she's a skater who didn't qualify for the free at Worlds before. She didn't qualify for the free at Europeans years ago. And it's just not that common that you see a skater go from that kind of perspective to now being somebody that looks like they could become a world medalist in the future as we look at this big combo. Triple Lutz, Euler, triple sal. Such a good advert to young skaters to keep fighting and striving.
Looking at the triple loop double toe and the excellent air position she has. We talked about the spins, getting the levels on the spins. It's those positions that she gets into, the stellar positions she gets into, while maintaining the speed of the spin. It's not easy to do.
Not at all, and that the only mistake for Lara. And her bronze at Europeans a couple of months ago is the first medal for an Italian woman since the great Carolina Kostner back in 2018. And there are increasing similarities as Lara continues to showcase more quality of body movement akin to the beautiful Carolina. And Laurie Nicol being on side as one of the staff members is a nod to that too. Just brilliant. And at Europeans, at the closing banquet, Lara delivered a speech on behalf of the skaters, and it's just not just a great skater, but a very articulate and intelligent woman. I think Nina might get, oh, she's doing shark. I think Nina's position in the leader's chair is now going to be taken. So a 135.79. And although second on the free skate, we have a new leader. And so now Lara Naki Goodman will be a top 10 skater, a top 7 skater in the World Championships as she year on year moves ever closer toward the podium. Well, some great skating in the second to last group, but now the anxiety increases as we find out shortly who's going to become the 2026 World Champion. We're in the second half of this World Championship week, and the pressure and tension mounts ever more as the world looks on to see what will unfold over the next hour. Opening the group, Anastasia Gabbanova from Georgia. And following a personal best short program, Belgium's Nina Penzeroni takes to the ice.
From the United States of America, Isabel Levito!
And now to the first of two back-to-back American women's performances, Isabel Levito.
From the United States of America,
And then to the winner of the small bronze medal after the short program, the resoundingly popular Amber Glenn.
from Japan, Chiba!
And then to the first of two back-to-back Japanese performances, the fourth place finisher from the games, Mone Chiba.
Japan, Kyrie Sakamoto!
And there she is, the superstar, Kyrie Sakamoto. And Tanya, you and I we had the absolute privilege of watching the practice this morning, and Kyrie was the best I've ever seen her, and the audience here in practice were going crazy for her, and you can sense already the tension or the palpable excitement of what is hopefully to come, wishing every one of these competitors a clean skate. As we look to Anastasia Gabbanova, the short program from 2 days ago for Anastasia was the first time in her 5 trips to the World Championship when she finally gave a clean short. So a huge personal victory for the skater. And look at that gorgeous costume for the kiss on the back of her dress for the music to the Ghost musical. And there, Nina Penzeroni, she was resplendent in the short program. And I think even she herself was surprised to achieve such a big improvement in her personal best score. And there are not many women in the world that have achieved a 70-point marker in the short program. But now Nina has that in abundance, having achieved a 71.82. Can she leave Prague with a new personal best free skate as well? And there is the 19-year-old from Philadelphia, Isabel Levito. And Isabel explained that her takeaway from the Olympics is that she played it too safe. She said she underestimated herself. And then practice at home since the games has been going better than ever. New jump combo added with the triple loop, adding almost a point to her planned program content technical. And can she get back on the podium as she did 2 years ago when she was a silver medalist in Montreal? Tanya, we were chatting earlier with one of the choreographers for the women on screen now. Caitlin Weaver was explaining to us that Amber Glenn in practice is even more mesmeric than what we see in competition, and how so many wish that she can showcase her best when it counts, as we see her struggling a little bit with the triple loops. And Amber and Kyrie, they first debuted on the Junior Grand Prix in this country 13 years ago. And what a journey they have both been on as they now vie to contend for the world title 13 years later in Czechia again. As we see last year's bronze medalist at the World Championships, Chiba. Just to reiterate, as we mentioned in the short program, she lost an Olympic medal by 1.28 points, and it has laid heavy on her heart. But she explained that she says she needs to stay calm in knowing that she could actually become the world champion, because as wonderful as Kyrie is, Chiba is not far behind at all. Less than a point from Kyrie Sakamoto after the first portion of this World Championship women's competition. But there she is, and of course we've seen her brilliance many times before. She's won the title 3 times already, but what makes today and this moment so special is because Kyrie Sakamoto has been horribly honest about the fact that this is the end for her competitively. Nobody wants to see her go because she has been such a giver of great technique and great skating skills. And this morning in practice, I was blown away in recognizing that she has got better and better and better.
Her jumps are huge. I mean, the flow, the ice coverage, it's so phenomenal to just watch. I mean, and sometimes you can see it on the television for sure, but in person it's so different.
And you know, just for context, like the judges have their criteria. They need to see very good height and very good length. Tick. Just have good takeoffs and good landings. Absolutely. Not the loops maybe, but the others, yes. Just have a sense of effortlessness. Completely. If it's phrased in time to the music, even better. So many textbook examples for skaters to enjoy, and just that was inspiring to watch in practice. But in addition to that, as we see Isabel warming up, it's the quality of her basic skating skill. And that's why she has the new world record for the second mark in a short program. It wasn't overall a world record, but the judges 2 days ago here in Prague recognizing her brilliance as one of the best ever skaters that the sport has seen.
And I think she's also such a great ambassador for the sport of figure skating. I mean, she cheers competitors on She's always smiling. She's taking the selfies with the
Yeah.
groups. I mean, I just find her so incredibly humble.
Yeah, and so endearing. And if you haven't seen, you should check out the press conference, those of you that can access the press conference after the short program, because it was the most glorious display of women supporting women, as Kyrie, Amber and Moni all vouched for how much they appreciate this change in dynamic, because Kyrie saying that ordinarily in this sport, competitors don't always support each other, but Amber Glenn has changed that definition of sport here.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Georgia, Anastasia.
Well, the first skater in this final group in the World Championships 2026 is Anastasia Gabbanova. She was brilliant at the games, showcasing such consistency, and that has continued here with the short program and practice this morning, hoping for more now in her final free skate to the Ghost, the musical.
And she was 5th at the European Championships as well, so having great success this season. Opening with triple flip, triple toe.
She maintains the speed so well through the change of edge and the camel spin features.
Is that you?
Molly.
I can hear you. Oh, God. I can see you.
I say it with my eyes.
Ooh, double axle, double toe. That double axle did not have a lot of height to it. I think that might have been under-rotated.
I say it with my heart. I love
Another little mistake creeping in there on the triple flip,
you. I love you, Molly.
but does well to put the double toe later on the back of that double axle.
The love inside
Georgia's Anastasia Gabbanova completes her final rendition of Ghost the Musical. And that 4 minutes showcasing how a program can develop over a season. When this was debuted around the skate to Milano, the Olympic qualifier that she had to take part in because she struggled so much in Boston last year, the program now just has so much texture and richness to it and sensitivity, and a real treat to see that. What I was mindful of, Tonya, there is that there were mistakes happening laterally, but the spell was maintained. Beautiful. And Anastasia, until the age of 15, took some ballet classes at the renowned Vaganova Academy of Ballet, tapping into more and more of that elegance as the seasons progressed within the context of her free skate, as Mariam, the president of Georgian figure skating, greets her off the ice before Adam Solya. Oh, that's so perfect, the slow-mo there.
So much feeling. But then there's the triple flip, triple toe combination. And then a triple Lutz. And here's the double axel that doesn't get any lift, and you can see she lands quite forward there, so under rotation on the double axel.
It looked, Tonya, like the jumps comparative to this morning were tight, but the emotional output was so much more. I just wonder now, with the mistakes, now knowing that the double axel was under, the triple flip was under rotated.
The second axel with the double toe was a quarter short.
And so now, casting our minds back to Lara Naki Goodman, it wasn't as strong as the Italian. And then Nina Petrokina was impressive too from Estonia. So, well, Anastasia find herself dropping. That said, whatever the result here, a different skater entirely to the 28th placed version of Gabbanova in Boston a year ago.
Anastasia Gabbanova získává za svou volnou jízdu 128,8.
So it's 128.89 fifth on the free skate, and unfortunately for Anastasia, it's a fifth overall. But that looks like a skater that, whilst disappointed, is relieved.
Yes.
The season is over. Lara Naki creeps into the top 6 in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the ice representing Belgium.
And now the 19-year-old from Brussels, Nina Penzeroni. This an athlete that for many months over the past year wasn't sure she'd be fit enough to compete in the Olympics or Worlds because of the injuries she was facing, and somehow now has come good enough to come away with a top 5 short program and a personal best, looking now for more of the same in her free skate.
A chair, a table, a lamp. There's a window with white curtains, and the glass is shatterproof, but it isn't running away they're afraid of. A handmaid wouldn't get far. It's those other escapes, the ones you can open in yourself given a cutting edge. Or a twisted sheet in a chandelier. I try not to think about those escapes. It's harder on ceremony days, but
Opening with a triple Lutz, triple toe combination. Nina has excellent transitions out of her jumps in different ones.
Yes.
Triple Lutz, double axel, double toe sequence. Last jump of the program, triple sow cow. Done with the ease almost as the first jump in the program. Amazing how a simple lunge like that with a back bend just can be so effective in the choreographic sequence.
She just has such an array of movement potential, not just flexible, but so strong in the positions as well. Nina Penzeroni from Belgium. She said after the short program, I realize it's unlikely I'll stay in 5th place, but as she takes her hands to her head, that skate is so solid, it would be hard to expect that she will drop from it.
I agree with you 100%. That was magnificent.
And I'm so mindful. She's always had this amazing range of flexibility and movement, but over the course of this World Championships, Nina has showcased a strength within the movement and a purpose for the position. So it's not just a throwaway fly range of extension, it's all woven seamlessly together. And you know, she and the collaboration with her forever coach, Hans Bokland and Benoit Richaud, have just created a wonderful, wonderful athlete and artist. And as I said, you know, she was injured off the ice at the start of this season. Only got back to the competition arena in November. And now we're, what, 4 months ago? Well done to Ans and Benoit. And this morning in practice, Benoit was asking, can you please get the music lifted? It seems so quiet and delicate. And they want the maximum impact so that those component scores are really rewarded by the judges as they showcase the work done on musicality.
Here's the opening triple Lutz, triple toe combination.
I think the looks, well, I think she may be a little lucky there because it's been put in clean in the system.
How are you feeling after a fabulous performance?
That was such an easy triple loop. And look at the extension of her free leg and how high it extends, pointed toe.
Yeah.
Those are those subtle things that really can add to your score.
Yeah, those are what the two-time Olympic champion Dick Button would be so delighted to see.
Triple Lutz, double axel, double toe sequence at the halfway point of the program, so getting the bonus. then the last jump of the program, the triple sow cow.
Right, this was your moment as well, Tanya,
I
that
just
lunge.
think this is so magnificent. It's not super hard, but it's so effective.
Not what you do, but how you do it, and a wonderful example of something done well. She doesn't have the same jump quality as the likes of Kyrie, but the artistry defies her 19 years. So I think Lara's now, I think she'll be more than happy with the placement that she might find herself in, but the leader's chair likely to be taken over by Nina, but by how much? And can she push to others above her? Well, her personal best has just been smashed by 10 points. She had a 133 back in 2023. And now Nina has a total of 215. The scenes after the short program have been repeated. And now Nina will be at least top 5 in the world. How does that impact the mental preparation for Isabel Levito? Remembering though that her plea to herself coming into this competition after a disappointing Olympics result was not to play it safe. And that, the ambition is she again attempts a more difficult jump combination to start. Triple loop will open the program to the Ennio Morricone music.
She attempted that triple loop in the short program as well and was successful. Under-rotated for sure on the triple loop attempt.
Probably downgraded there.
She was gotten too deep of an edge on the landing of the triple lutz in order to maximize the height on the triple loop.
Got the most stunning line on the double axel landing and transition following it.
Again, that stretch on the landing of the triple sow is just exquisite. Such body awareness. Triple flip stepping right up into a double axel on the crescendo of the music. Triple lutz double toe double loop. A little bit of an issue on that double loop landing.
Well, it's so sad that Isabel Levito feels that way at the end of the performance. She's thinking about the triple-triple that was far from successful that opened the program, but thousands of people in this arena are appreciating the utter beauty of the way in which she skates. We've just raved about the previous performance from Nina Penzeroni, but Isabel Levito takes line to an even greater quality. She is the most elegant skater possibly in the entire world.
I would agree with you, Mark. Her elegance, her poise is just, it's unparalleled.
Yes, completely. That said, Isabel's probably, she's had that repertoire of movement for a prolonged period of time, so one could suggest that she's right in being visibly frustrated because the poise doesn't get the points that a triple loop cleanly done does, and we'll look back now to see the implications of what was delivered. Changing edge there.
Really deep back outside edge and kind of dragging that toe pick, so slowing down, there's just no way to be able to get the lift you need.
Barely a double.
And here's a successful triple toe.
Yulia Kuznetsova watches far backstage. She's almost out of the venue. And as we watch the butterfly into the camel spin, it's just that the jumping quality isn't comparable. As much as she's the most elegant and graceful skater that we can see, the jumps have the value, and they, even those that were done, don't have the same flow and ride out or takeoff and landing. And so how will this fall? And it breaks my heart to see that. She's got to just keep hearing, you're the most elegant, graceful skater on the planet. That a tagline she can proudly boast. But to move above Nina, she would need 143, and that would be a personal best for Isabel as well. And it's shy of that, sadly. It's a 134.83. The tech score has pulled her down on the free skate. She's second. And therefore moves further away from the podium with 3 skaters to go. As we said during the warm-up, 13 years ago, this woman competed on the Junior Grand Prix in Czechia. The journey that she has been on has been draining, to say the least, but could it all come good now? Can Amber Glenn, with so much to offer, both in the technical element score and the program components, vie to potentially take the world title? A lot of it will be hinged on the opening element, what will hopefully be a masterful triple axel.
Yes, oh, that was glorious. And she was struggling a little bit on the warm-up. Good for her. Watch this entrance into the triple flip. Triple toe, no problems. Bit of a rough landing on that triple sow cow.
Oh,
Oh, those 3 turns into that triple loop sometimes give her trouble.
So
They
rushed.
just rush so quick.
and the crowd is erupting behind Amber Glenn, trying to get her back on track.
Triple flip into a waltz jump, needing to do a double axel, I'm sure. There's a better timing, although putting her foot down a little after coming out of the jump. As she had the triple rotation.
You can sense the crowd so desperately want the best for this woman. Tough to know what to say after that skate. It started as if she could be en route to take her first World Championship medal, but Amber Glenn sadly prone to mistakes once more. She is so beloved. But just the landing of the 4th element, the triple salto, the touchdown of the foot, just flicked a switch and a negative barometer that then saw her have 2 further big mistakes, and even the final triple loop had the foot down, so the grade of execution will be in the minuses. And it's almost like, though, as we recognize the talent, the potential, and all she has to offer, that now we just get ever more behind this athlete. And as Damon hugs her, good to know Damon saying that she will continue. But with every passing season, it's tough because she could so easily, you know, be a multiple-time world medalist, and that won't be enough for a medal.
But started this program with a spectacular triple axel.
Oh, wondrous.
And then came down the rink into a triple flip, triple toe, which had excellent timing.
And that was better than the practice this morning. So at this point, I thought she appeared so calm. But here.
Yeah, a little bit scratchy here and a weird upper body position coming out of that triple sow cow, and then so quick on those 3 turns going into the triple loop.
And it's here, Tanya, just this moment now where I'm thinking, oh no, don't go, stay engaged. And it's so tough to do, easy for us to say, my goodness, it's impossibly difficult. And maybe because she's capable of so much, she herself will know that if Amber Glenn could deliver, she has it all. You know, we've recognized the qualities of Nina and Isabel and Lara and Nina, but in so many aspects of figure skating, Amber can tick the boxes as the most superior. She needs, I mean, first place is out of the question now. Looks like Nina Penzeroni will be a medalist at the World Championships, but she has the good grace to not revel in her own success as she looks to console Amber with her energy directed to the left of the stage in this O2 arena. How far will she drop? 7 in the free skate. Fourth overall. But our pursuit of Amber Glenn coming back continues. But now Nina Penzeroni finds herself as a medalist as the fans are out in force still to support Amber no matter what happens in her skate.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the ice.
The connection between their foreheads is their constant. Mia Hamada sends off Mone Chiba with the Paddington Bear. She was a bronze medalist last year in Boston. Finds herself in the silver medal winning position after the short program by less than a point. Mone Chiba skates to Romeo and Juliet, hoping to potentially take her first world title.
Oh, that was a gorgeous triple flip, triple toe.
His name is Romeo, and the Montague, the only son of your great enemy.
Halfway part of the program. Triple Lutz stepping right up into double axel. Again, really nice transitions out of her jumps, changing direction, deep edges. Triple Lutz double toe, double loop. Oh, got a little quick on that double loop takeoff, so stepping out of it, not a major mistake.
Lovely back outside loop at the end of the combination of turns. When he's still pushing for speed, pushing the components.
increase the speed on that hair cutter right up into the Beelman, not really losing even that much speed on the Beelman. Wow, that was beautiful.
That was wonderful for Mone Chiba. And any disappointment from the games where she was so fractionally off the podium will now hopefully be quashed a little with the skate here. A tiny mistake on the exit of the 3-jump combo, but otherwise a quite brilliant performance. And she will now for sure medal again, bronze last year, but it looks like she's going to be one step higher on the podium at least as she leaves the ice. And having seen the 20-year-old from Sendai looking so devastated in Milan, it's nice to see, it's heartwarming to see now a much happier skater. It's a whole combination, I'm sure, of relief and joy.
Opening triple flip, triple toe combination. Look at the height she gets on the second jump. It might have been a little bit short, but it was not reviewed, so she gets full credit. Triple sow cow.
The ankle placement, the closeness of her feet, so tidy and efficient as Mia Hamada watches on.
Triple Lutz double toe, and she rushes this double loop takeoff a little bit. It's a little short, so she's gonna step out of it, but that was really the only error, so slight.
And she has really worked on the flow. You can see she's got such a petite, slight frame, but she was so strong and pushing down into her knees and ankles to keep driving the skating skills. And that's where she is above Nina Penzeroni. The second mark will be a help to her in achieving at least the silver.
I mean, could it be a personal best? Her personal best was a 144.94. I think this could possibly really elevate her personal best and season best score, for that matter.
Yeah, wow, 150 points for Mone Chiba, and the demure young woman punches the couch in excitement. What a way to end the season for Mone Chiba, who will now at least have a world silver medal. Relish the applause you deserve. So happy for her. So now, it is finally time for the final competitive performance for Kyrie Sakamoto. One judge in the short program gave her a perfect 10. She just embodies everything that is of quality. And now, can she round out her illustrious, glorious career with a 4th world title? Thank goodness she spotted something on the ice that won't prevent her from giving us brilliance now.
What a spectacular opening to this program.
Le ciel gris sur nous peut s'effondrer et la terre peut bien s'écrouler. Peu m'importe les problèmes, mon amour, puisque tu m'aimes. J'irai jusqu'au bout du monde, je me ferai teindre en blonde si tu me le demandes. Je réunirai ma patrie, je réunirai mes amis si tu me le demandes. Nous aurons pour nous l'éternité dans le bleu de toute l'immensité. Dans le ciel.
Triple flip, triple toe combination.
Thank goodness.
Wow. And the next planned jumping pass, we watched it in practice earlier today. Watch how much ice it covers, almost a third of the rink. So it's double axel, triple toe, double toe. Now
She's done it.
it's a little tighter than what she did earlier today, but still manages to eke her way out through it.
Non, rien de rien. Non, je ne regrette rien. Et le bien qu'on m'a fait, ni le mal, tout ça m'est bien égal. Non, rien de rien.
Last jump, the triple loop.
Je ne regrette rien, car ma vie, car mes joies, aujourd'hui, ça commence avec toi.
Oh, that was just spectacular.
Morning Chiba stands, we all stand in utter adoration of Kyrie Sakamoto. The lyrics, Je ne regrette rien, I regret nothing. She has nothing now to regret. The best she has ever skated in her final World Championships. And thank goodness now it's tears of joy, not the tears of sadness from Milan. I hope she knows now what this means to all of us lovers of skating and lovers of her. Moni Chiba's tears flow for her friend and the greatest representative of the sport of figure skating, Kyrie Sakamoto, the legend that is. We don't have to wait to see what the judges have to say. She's won now her 4th world title. And please, Kyrie, just listen, stay on the ice. Don't go off the ice, just stay on there. Don't let
Just
her get off.
enjoy this, my goodness.
Nobody let her go because
know
we
what?
don't want it to be the last.
The stuffed animals aren't going to let her get
Good.
off.
And Sanoko Nakano, the coach that has been by her side. We've seen the two of those women together at every competition. Yes, celebrate Kyrie. In front of us now, VIPs, illustrious former skaters, everybody still on their feet now. She so deserves that. We all deserve that. We've loved her for so long.
Triple
Just the
flip.
definition of textbook.
The height, the strength, the flow on the exits. Here's the double axel, triple toe, a little bit off on the landing of the double axel, but man, digs in with those knees, triple toe, double toe.
And Tanya, we saw this morning as we look at the combo again, in practice this morning, it looked like the best she's ever skated. And all day long, I sort of missed one salcho today. But all day
that's
long,
right, yes,
otherwise,
one salchow, that was it. She did this, and you know, she went right back around and did another one, and another one, and another one.
This sport has had few such gracious and humble champions we've witnessed history. Take note of one of the most beautiful skaters and one of the most beautiful humans. But it's okay, the tears are good. On this occasion, the tears are good. So will what we believe to have been her best ever performance be her best ever score? She's going to win her 4th world title, but can she go out with a better score than the first one she achieved back in 2022? Her record from that event, her personal best, is a 155.77. Can her 4th world title be her best scoring one?
I think so.
I think so. Come on.
Kyrie Sakamoto získává za svou volnou jízdu 150.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that reaction, wow.
Well, she's given us so many comical and crazy reactions. That's maybe the best one as well. 158.97 as Sonoko gets a tissue out for her student. Let the tears flow, Kyrie Sakamoto. Not just her best free skate, but her best total score. That is everything everybody wanted, and I think all of the competitors in the event, even though they would have liked the title, wanted this too. Morning,
you know,
Chiba.
and I have a feeling Alyssa Liu somewhere is cheering for Kyrie Sakamoto too.
Completely agree with you.
Such great sportsmanship.
Such great sportsmanship. Don't think you could have a happier silver medalist either. They were both Kyrie and Moni were crushed in Milan. And now they rule the world in Prague. And whilst I know nobody wants Kyrie to leave, there could be no better way to end your competitive career.
Absolute best way to end your competitive career. Season's best score, personal best score, clean free skate, clean short program. It's a storybook ending.
Fairy tale like. And Nina Penzeroni from Belgium.
Wow.
She's got a bronze medal around her neck shortly. As we see the standings lower down, Amai Nikai makes sure that Japan has all 3 of their representatives within the top 10, and even down to Barbara Vankova, who opened the competition, gave us some special moments and a wonderful day of skating as Ashley Wagner prepares to interview the world champion.
You did it! You are a 4-time world champion! Right now, how are you feeling?
I'm so happy. Thank you so guys. Thank you.
The audience loves you. We are so proud of you. You are the first woman since Michelle Kwan to win 4 world titles. You are joining history. And for this to be your final performance on competitive ice right now, what feelings are you experiencing?
Oh, very, very happy.
Okay, one final question. What would you like to say to your fans, to this audience, to the world after this career that you have had? In Japanese.
Yeah, I'm grateful to get to skate here. 合ってるかな、わかんないけど。とにかくここで最後皆さんの前で滑れたことを本当に嬉しく思います。本当にたくさんの応援ありがとうございました。
All right, everybody, your four-time world champion, Kyrie Sakamoto!
Well, could you love her any more when you just hear her speak with such graciousness and humility? I think everybody in the world of skating and in the O2 arena has been holding their breath a little bit in anticipation of that. And she totally delivered. Well, it was triumph for Germany in the pairs event. And now Japan leads the world in the women's event. But what an amazing accomplishment for Nina Penzeroni. Luna Hendricks from the same nation has had a world medal, but she's not here now. And Nina skating sensationally. She, like Kyrie, comes away with personal best from Prague. And another inspiring story of an athlete who has faced such huge challenges throughout this Olympic year and battled them so brilliantly to come out with a world medal at the end of the season. And the Romeo and Juliet soundtrack, the perfect backdrop for Moni Chiba from Japan, third last year, and now a silver medalist at Worlds. And she is the bridesmaid to the Queen, to Kyrie Sakamoto, and I think she will be forever grateful for what has happened today as she shares the podium with a skater that she has so admired for so long. But chance to look back at the brilliance of Queen Kyrie Sakamoto. Everything that she would have wanted. And her coach was a little surprised. Nakano was not sure whether or not she would come to the World Championships, but it didn't take long for Kyrie, after the crushing disappointment of losing an Olympic title by a single toe loop, to then choose to come here to Prague. And just everything about that skate was, as I say, je ne regrette rien. I regret nothing. She has nothing now to regret about what has happened in Prague.
Such great music choices for both the short and free skate programs, as well for Kyrie Sakamoto for her final season of skating.
And I think from memory, the story is that she wanted always to close her competitive career. I think it's Akiko Suzuki, a former Japanese skater, that used that track that inspired Kyrie to want to use it, and it's been long in the coming, and that's perhaps why the chapter is so perfectly closed, because she has never once suggested this season that she would continue. She has designed her final season, and apart from a single toe loop, delivered it perfectly. And Ashley and Thomas Berner just confirming that shortly we will have the victory ceremony. And in advance of that, just a chance for us to look a little bit lower down the standings and just make sense of what happened, because it truly was a juxtaposition of results from the short program to the free skate. First and second, they stayed the same, but then there were so many skaters moving around. Gia Shin was 13th in the short program, 4th in the free skate, moving up to 8th overall. And another skater that was outside the top 10 after the short program, Petra, the European champion, moved from 11th, and then a 6th place performance today helped her to climb up to a 7th place result, the same as she achieved at the Olympic Winter Games. What an exciting and exhilarating way to come to a close on the 3rd day of competition in Prague at the O2 Arena.
One more day to go. We've had 3 spectacular days here in Prague, watching such wonderful performances with amazing crowds cheering the skaters on. I look forward to tomorrow.
And Tanya, I keep saying it, but I had feared what might happen in a post-Olympic Worlds, and we'd spoken and joked about the bad jus that might have been at the last time the World Championships were held in Prague in '93, and we were fearing that things might unravel here, but thus far it has delivered just as gloriously as the Olympic Winter Games did, and the sport of figure skating is just represented so brilliantly by the coaches and the skaters and the ISU for the way in which they present this fantastic venue. Also have to give kudos and gratitude to the Czech Figure Skating Authority for what they have done to making this the perfect backdrop for the 110th World Figure Skating Championships.
ISU mistrovství světa v krasobruslení, medailový ceremoniál ženy.
ISU Figure Skating World Championship.
What a beautiful scene that podium is.
Women.
Lit beautifully with the torches of the phones around this O2 arena. The backdrop is beautiful for 3 beautifully spectacular women that are about to be celebrated with medals. Now, she looks in utter disbelief. Remember, after the short program, she said to the press, "Oh, I appreciate that I'm unlikely to stay in 5th place." But what she delivered totally justifies a bronze medal in her 4th World Championships. Twice before she's been a bronze medalist at Europeans, but a bronze medal at Worlds, such a huge achievement for the 19-year-old from Brussels.
Second and winner of the silver medal from Japan, Chiba.
And from a surprise medalist to somewhat of an expected medalist, Chiba just off the podium at the Games, but having medaled last year, anything less than a medal would have been a disappointment. But what's best about the silver medal that she receives here is the skate that she delivered to achieve it. And like Kyrie and like Nina, all 3 of the medalists don't just have medals and prize money, but they have personal best scores now. The chi was good, the energy in the arena was good, and it served them all well.
Titul mistryně světa pro rok 2026 a zlatou medaili získává
First and world champion for 2026 from Japan, Kyrie Sakamoto!
this reaction from Kyrie Sakamoto that is part of the reason that she is so revered, adored and beloved, because while she skates to the powerful, sentimental music off the ice and in interactions and press conferences, she's always so entertaining and so light-hearted. And Nina Penzeroni from Belgium must be just ecstatic. Bronze and silver medalists. Couldn't be prouder to share the podium with Queen Kyrie.
Please welcome the President of the International Skating Union and member of the International Olympic Committee Executive Board, Mr. Jae-Yol Kim. He will award the medals.
And as the President of the International Skating Union places medals around the neck of the top 3 women, chance for us to just check in with feedback from the judges now. And Kyrie Sakamoto was awarded some perfect 10s. 10s deemed worthy of her in some of the judges from skating skills, from presentation, from composition. And I suspect, whilst it's not an overall world record, that she will showcase the best component score ever achieved by a woman in the sport.
Please welcome the President of the Organizing Committee, Mr. Evgen Milchinsky.
And Mr. Evgen Milchinsky, President of the Organizing Committee, I'm sure he is delighted that he's part of this history making and this huge celebration. And as with the pairs event, the event mascot given as a memento.
Dámy a pánové, můžete prosím povstaňte, zazní státní hymn na vítězky.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please stand for the national anthem of the winner.
Tears stream down the cheeks of Kyrie Sakamoto. Antonia Kwiatkowski beside me and thousands of other people in the O2 arena. And now, as mentioned in her post-event interview, she becomes the first woman to win 4 world titles since legendary Michelle Kwan, and they also share the same color of Olympic medal. Michelle Kwan, Olympic silver medalist in '98 and then bronze in 2002. Kyrie has a bronze and silver from the games herself. But despite neither of those women having an Olympic title, they will go down as one of the most revered, celebrated and admired skaters the sport has ever seen. And whilst that the last competitive performance from Kyrie Sakamoto, we will be treated to seeing her in the gala on Sunday as Kyrie, Moni and Nina leave the podium. It's been a sensational, glorious day of skating in Prague. And there's yet more to come as a lap of honor is given by the medalists. We thank you for joining us and urge you to join again. I'm Mark Henretti alongside Tonya Kwiatkowski, and we will take you through the final day of competition tomorrow in the 2026 World Figure Skating Championships.